We need you. Your expertise.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Veterans are at the end of the hallway. Ready to hear the buzz in the room. Hey, how are you guys doing? Old friends meet new ones, but want to give you a 3-minute warning. Go ahead and grab that coffee, run to the restroom, and get settled. Yeah.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Good morning again. You are welcome to take your seats so that we can go ahead and get started. We have a busy day planned and excited to have you here. Thank you so much for your attendance and your presence and your contributions throughout the day. I'll invite our co-chairs, Dr. Don Martin and Ann Fairclough, to give us our meeting welcome, and we'll get started. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Please take your seats. I'm Ann Fairclough. I've gotten to speak with most of you, but those I haven't, I look forward to doing that before the day ends. And we are just so grateful to have everyone here.
And I'm Don Martin, and certainly Ann and I are pleased to be able to call to order the first meeting of the 2026 Blue Ribbon Commission for Public Education. And we'd like to welcome all of you that are here, actually everyone in the room, and also like to welcome all of those who are joining us online today. So we actually have a streaming presence. And with that, we'll switch over to having some welcomes.
We're working on our tag team in here. As y'all have no doubt figured out, we are here on the beautiful campus of North Carolina State University. And I would like to invite to the podium Kevin Howell, who became North Carolina State University's 15th chancellor in May of 2025, coming up on a one-year anniversary. He leads the largest university in North Carolina with about 40,000 students. Chancellor Howell has a long record of service to North Carolina, the UNC system, and North Carolina State University. His work in building and managing relationships and economic partnerships has enhanced both local and global engagement and created new jobs and investments for the state of North Carolina. With deep expertise in driving economic investment and growth, he'll strengthen NC State's role as a frontier research university to keep North Carolina competitive in the most important fields of our future. A native of Shelby, North Carolina, Chancellor Howell received his bachelor's degree in political science from NC State and earned his law degree from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Chancellor, I turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. And thank you for joining us today. I am pleased, excited to welcome all of you, in particular the Blue Ribbon Commission on Public Education to NC State University. This commission, as I look around the room, many of you I've known for years, and I've known your dedication in public education. I've known of your dedication, the good work that you have done in so many capacity around the state of North Carolina. It's a historic coalition that has the potential to impact our state for generations to come. To Governor Stein, President Pro Tem Berger, and Speaker Hall, they have truly started something special with appointing all of you on this commission. And we are grateful for the continued attention to all of education across the state of North Carolina. I'm even more pleased to know that NC State, through the Friday Institute for Educational Innovation, will play a unique opportunity to serve the cause from an administrative level as well as a strategic partnership level. And we have many folks here that are representing NC State here on the board, but I also like to recognize the Dean of the College of Education, Paula Stein, if you would please stand. For the last 20, and let's go ahead and recognize the executive director of the Friday Institute as well. You will hear from her a little bit later. For the last 20 years, the Friday Institute has been a trusted partner in education in North Carolina and really beyond. And I'm confident that their ability to design meaningful engagement around complex issues will be a valuable asset throughout this process. I also want to thank my good friends who are chairing this commission. Chair Ann Fairclough, you would please stand again. As well as Dr. Don Martin, if you would please stand. Thank you and all of the members of this commission for your willingness to serve in this capacity. I also want to thank my boss, Peter Hans, as well as Dr. Ashton Clement, who's representing the UNC system. If you would please stand, Dr. Clement. This is a critical role, not just for K through 12 and the community colleges, Dr. Cox. It's for all of higher education. And the UNC system, as well as NC State, pledged their full support in supporting this commission. Let me also bring it real to you. You know, we're getting ready, most universities across the system is getting ready for what we call graduation. And I was in a meeting earlier, and I brought up the fact that we've got some students, the General Shelton Forum. And General Shelton has served this country remarkably. But the General Shelton Committee or Center, they make it a point to go out and find these students, give them the opportunity to have an education here at NC State University. And then there's the Goodnight Scholars by Jim and Ann Goodnight. And what they do, they give first generation students, or what we like to call here at NC State, those from rural North Carolina students, and give them an opportunity. And here recently, I've had an opportunity to host and be a part of their celebration. And here's what I have found. I found through these two groups and many of our students in all of your neck of the woods, as I like to say, man, these students are incredible. They want to learn. They want an opportunity. But for NC State and for so many other universities, these students would not have had the opportunity to attend a 4-year degree like NC State University. And so it made me wonder when I was listening to these students and as they were getting ready to graduate from NC State, I wondered, man, if we didn't have these programs here at NC State, what would these students be doing if they didn't have an opportunity to go to college, to go to a community college? And that's the importance that I realize, the role that you play in higher education. That one student can change their family trajectory. One student can change their community, their street that they grew up. One student having an opportunity might even be the student, as we talked about earlier, to have a chance from Jacksonville, North Carolina, to go to the moon. One student, rural North Carolina. And as a land-grant university, NC State is proud of our mission. And we've seen the initiatives like this one leave on families all across our great staff. So on behalf of the NC State community, thank you, all of you, for taking part in this incredible effort. I see superintendents across our state that has been leaders. I see the legislators and the leaders that are here today. I see the impact that all of you will make as being part of this commission. And I'm confident through the collaboration that the findings and the recommendations that come out of this commission will change our state forevermore. Thank you. And as always, go Pack.
Thank you, Chancellor Howell. It's a real pleasure to see him today. We were just talking about, we go back, way back to 15 years ago, state board education for a period of time, and it's great. I do want to mention, I'll have two introductions. One was for our President Pro Tem, Phil Berger. And actually, he was planning to be here in person today, come to Raleigh today. But he actually, last evening, sent a message and said, the problem is that I have a personal matter that needs attention today in Rockingham. And I absolutely cannot come to Raleigh today. But he did send his well wishes and his thanks to this commission for all the time you're getting ready to spend. This is the beginning of about a 10-month process. So I certainly wish that he could be here today. Certainly wish him well in his endeavors in Rockingham County today. Next, we do have a video introduction for our speaker, Destin Hall. And I'd like to actually introduce him, and then we will hear his message. And if you didn't know, Speaker Destin Hall was born and raised in Lenoir, North Carolina. We have a school board member here from Caldwell County. I'm pleased to one of your finest. And he's a graduate of West Caldwell High School, and he earned his bachelor's degree from Appalachian State University, where he double majored in finance and risk management and insurance. He went on to receive his Juris Doctor from Wake Forest University School of Law in 2014. Following law school, he began his career in Charlotte before returning to Caldwell County, where he continues to live and practice law. He's represented North Carolina's 87th District in the House of Representatives since 2017, and as a young man was elected Speaker of the House in 2025. So we certainly will hear from him now.
Hi, I'm Destin Hall, Speaker of the North Carolina House. North Carolina has the talent and the foundation in place to be the leader in education all across this country. So we're bringing together top educators, business leaders, and others to take a look at how North Carolina does education and to see how we can do things better. It's all about making sure that every student in this state and every corner of this state has the chance to succeed. We in the State House are not going to stop there. We're working right now to make sure that our hardworking educators have the resources that they need and they're getting the pay that they deserve. I'm proud to have helped launch this Blue Ribbon Commission and look forward to seeing the work that it does.
Ann and I are both going to add a welcome and a little discussion of framing our events and discussions today. So I would like to say welcome again and also express that it is my honor to co-chair this commission with Ann Faircloth. I do want to thank Governor Stein, and he'll be with us later today at the end of the day. Also, President Pro Tem Berger and Speaker Hall for establishing this bipartisan commission and selecting the membership. And I will also want to thank you for your willingness to share your diverse perspectives over the next 10 months as we attempt to find common ground and create actionable recommendations that will address the future needs of every student in North Carolina. And speaking of diverse perspectives, this commission has 19 voting members and 10 members of the North Carolina General Assembly who will serve as ex officio members. Since our members, excuse me, from the General Assembly might be voting on legislation that arose from recommendations from this commission, it's important for them to serve in an ex officio role. Of our 19 members that are voting members, we have 3 business leaders, 13 K through 12 educators representing many different roles across K-12, and 3 leaders from higher education. And of our entire group of 29 members, we have 13 who are elected officials and 16 who are not. And I'm going to get some water. I apologize. Apologies. And our 10 legislators who work or have worked actually in very different roles. And by my count, I did a little just review of what Mr. Google would prepare for him. And basically said, well, I think we have 4 that are working or have worked in various business roles. We have 3 lawyers, 1 mediator, 1 healthcare administrator, and 1 former teacher and assistant principal. Since this Blue Ribbon Commission on Public Education was announced, I've had several conversations with reporters and several of you. Questions have been asked about whether the commission is a response to the recent end of the Leandro case. Will the work of the commission support the State Board of Education's strategic plan? I answered that the Blue Ribbon Commission on Public Education was not related to the Commission on Access to a Sound Basic Education or the dismissal of the Leandra lawsuit. But I did say that I believe that all the members of this commission are not only interested, but committed to providing educational opportunities that would allow all North Carolina students to receive a sound basic education. I also believe that our work will rest squarely on at least 4 of the pillars of the State Board of Education's new strategic plan, namely preparing each student for their next phase in life, optimizing operational excellence, leading transformative change, and galvanizing champions to fully invest and support public education. I'm sure all of you know CNBC ranked North Carolina as the best state to do business in 2022, 23, and 25, and ranked NC North Carolina number 2 in 21 and 24. While there are many factors that contribute to these consistently high rankings, clearly the quality of North Carolina's workforce is high among those factors. I think that it is fair to say that North Carolina's current workforce was prepared by North Carolina's educational system over the last 40 years. In order for our state to be attractive to new business in, say, 2050, our future educational system must continue to be successful in preparing our young people for work. Ann and I believe that the role of the Blue Ribbon Commission on Public Education is to examine the current condition of public education in North Carolina, study key issues in the areas that we've been charged to examine, and develop practical recommendations to inform future action. I suspect that anyone who has ever participated in any group charged with creating recommendation fears that the recommendations that are created will sit on a shelf somewhere and gather dust. I was talking to one of you this morning. We were talking about recommendations and things that had happened and some time ago, and we were talking about the fear of dust. So here's my comment. In order to avoid the fate of dust collection, I'd like to invite each of you to do 5 things. Number 1, commit to engage. I don't believe there's a shy person in this room. 2, be creative and think outside the status quo. That may be the box, but think outside the status quo. Number 3, suspend judgment as you listen to ideas that are different from yours. 4, remember that improving education is not just about more money. It's also about determining if our current investments are yielding the best possible results. And finally, approach each of our sessions with a sense of urgency. Most of us don't get opportunities like this to influence the future every day. If we do these 5 things, we can develop recommendations that gain traction with our political leaders. And over time, our recommendations can result in improved educational outcomes. Hopefully in 2050, North Carolina may still be ranked the best state to do business. Senator Michael Lee, who co-chaired the Hunt-Lee Commission back in 2022, he commented in EdNC that the relationships built during the commission's work would help garner work for their recommendations. Hopefully, similar relationships will be forged between members of the Blue Ribbon Commission on Public Education. Relationships that will, quote unquote, galvanize champions, the last pillar of the State Board of Education's strategic plan. Finally, I do want to commend the excellent support offered by Elena Ashburn, the governor's educational advisor, Andrew Smith, the educational advisor from President Pro Tem Berger's office, Jeffrey Elmore, Speaker Hall's educational advisor, and Emma Bratton, the director of digital learning at the Friday Institute. In a few minutes, Emma will introduce members of the Friday Institute staff. She'll review the practical details on how the commission will work, and she will share some of the recommendations of several recent commissions and committees that focused on educational issues. In the last 3 or 4 weeks, the staff members here at the Friday Institute have accomplished an incredible amount of work getting ready for today. And I want to express my deep appreciation and admiration for them. I think perhaps Anne has a couple of words that she would like to add.
Thank you, Don. Thank you all so much. It is my honor to join Don in chairing this committee. But I do feel compelled to bring up the obvious conflict and bias inherent in our selection. We're both Dukies. But I promise y'all are in good hands, and Chancellor Howell has sworn to be civil to us. Seriously. A big thank you to NC State and the Friday Institute for hosting us and providing such great support. Thank you to Governor Stein, President Pro Tem Berger, and Speaker Hall for your confidence in this committee and our work. One thing that's important to know about me is I'm a farmer from Clinton, North Carolina. Our two now adult children are proud products of the Clinton City Schools. And now we tend to be kind of small town and practical and to the point in my neck of the woods. And I tend to bring that into the work I do. So I may not always be great at the protocol and the acronyms. And for that, I apologize in advance. But I'm also secretly hoping that that will be everyone's approach throughout our work. Let's not worry so much about titles, and let's just see each other as a commission of folks who care deeply about the success of our K-12 public schools. We're not wedded to specific programs or methodologies, but we do all bring skill and knowledge and commitment to the table. Let's get into those tough conversations. Let's really listen to one another, and let's make this work really count. Like Don said, we have got the opportunity to shape the future. That doesn't happen every day. Now here comes my Sampson County again. But I'm hopeful we can look at the complicated problems in a new light and come up with practical solutions. And that we can remember, as Don put it so well, that improving education is not just about monetary investment, it's also about clear-eyed analysis about the results of our investments. The business community is excited to be part of this unique moment, to look at K-12 education with fresh eyes. It is my goal and my pledge to you that this work will produce meaningful, actionable results. Thank you all for your active, engaged participation.
Thank you, Anne, and thank you, Don, for that welcome and framing this morning. Can we go ahead and give them another round of applause? Their leadership and their contributions have really designed the day for us. Their guidance and their support as we have looked to how this commission should be structured has been really important to the things that we will embark on today. So I will introduce myself. I'm Emma Broughton. I've sent you a lot of emails over the last couple of weeks, more to come for sure. As Don said, I'm the Director of Digital Learning here at the Friday Institute. And we do convenings often here, but it's our privilege and pleasure to be a part of this as your facilitators and support as you're thinking strategically for what this work can look like over the next 10 months or so. And so as you have questions, as those emerge, we will be working diligently to help support the work that you all are shaping as we come together. As we look at today's objectives then, and you can follow along on the screen, but also in your binders, there is an agenda that's the top page for you there. We really want to make sure that we're establishing a shared foundation for your work and for this process. We want to make sure that we are building alignment around the purpose and priorities and really the desired outcomes that this commission will help to identify and shape. That will mean that we'll have to foreground those charges that have been given to us as part of that executive order and the authorization letter to consider those current statuses and the inputs needed for our next steps. And then our goal as well today is to think about how do we develop some of that common understanding of the current student achievement in North Carolina? And so as you look at the agenda as it's laid out for you, our goal of today is really structured around having you get a chance to be able to get familiar with the people who are at your table and get familiar with the work that you are undertaking as well. And so our day will move quickly, and you won't hear a lot from us in the front of the room. You will be doing a lot of conversation at your table, and we're excited about facilitating that, capturing that, and having that shape and influence what comes next over the next months. This afternoon, we will also be hearing from NCDPI. Dr. Marr will be giving us a presentation on student achievement, and then we'll have some Q&A time and a discussion around that. And what really emerged as we were planning for today was how student-centered both Anne and Don were, and their mindfulness about and intentionality around how this work really needs to stay focused on our students in our schools and our districts. And so appreciate then the time for us to be able to hear from DPI this afternoon about that current status, which will really prime us for the next meetings that we'll have. We've also shared with you our meeting schedule. If you take a look at what's here on the slide, our first charge to tackle here is teacher training and student advancement. Those are lumped together in the charge, but we'll be dissecting those, deconstructing those, each of them individually, student advancement and teacher training. Those will be those first 3 months, May, June, and July, before we move into administrative operations for August, September, and October, and then educational leadership, November, December, and January. Our goal really is to also include accountability across all of those charges. And so that was included in our orders here to think about what that might look like, to include and interweave those within each of the topics before wrapping up in February with the advocacy plan development and next steps. Our audience for this work is our governor and our elected officials that are going to be reading and hearing these reports for us as they make those recommendations. And so excited about what that work looks like for us as a state and for our students across the state. And we're thinking then about the individual meeting structure for each of those sets of meetings. So we have May, June, and July coming up as we think about the teacher training and student advancement. We'll be doing a lot of discussion and inquiry, some research and discovery, crafting some recommendations, a commission vote, which Don noted for us that our elected officials, our ex officio members, are non-voting partners here, and then a commission report. And so our role here at the Friday Institute is really to help facilitate a lot of that discussion, asking some of those questions with you, or even helping then to answer some of those questions through research and discovery. Allowing some time then to craft and build those recommendations for what you will take to a vote later on, and then crafting and writing that final commission report. So we will do that then for each of these individual charges throughout this process, and again, including accountability throughout. Another thing that I want to bring your attention to is this idea that we have really been intentional about what this looks like as a collective. When we are coming together here as an organized commission, thinking about the value of the inputs that you all as individuals bring to your, from your experience, from your backgrounds, from the knowledge that you have around these different topics. And so every time we met with both Dan and Anne and our legislative staff, they often were talking to us about, well, what the commission might say, or what the commission might lead with or might do. And so I want to signal here through this graphic that there isn't a predetermined outcome at this point. This is really about a collective here that we all can have conversations and come together in order to make those recommendations. So as we are gathering your inputs then throughout the day, there are some note cards that are in the front of your binder. Feel free to write on those, drop them into our comment box over there that will go to the commission co-chairs. And we also have included QR code and a link there that's in your notebook as well, and the back of that binder, that you'll be able to contribute in an ongoing way your thoughts about what is urgent and priorities, what assets and strengths we'll have. We will spend a lot of time this morning dissecting and going into those things in detail some more so that you can contribute and you can share your thoughts and ideas. But want to flag that is an opportunity for you to be able to share your input, both in conversation today and then through that Google form as well. As Don mentioned, there are materials that are here in your binder. I just want to quickly go through those for you. The first one being your bio sheet. And so we asked all of you to contribute a headshot and a bio. Those will go live on our website. But as you take a few minutes here to introduce yourself, you'll have that bio sheet to reference for those folks that are in the room that you'll be able to learn more about. We also have 2 pages with the charge definitions that we'll be reviewing with you later this morning to spend some time digging in to these different charges that we've been given as a commission. Those are side by side, so you'll be able to see them across the board. These were also shared with you as some of your pre-reading material, so they may not be new to you. And then we also have a research brief that's titled The Blue Ribbon Commission on Public Education. It's got that nice black bar at the top from NC State. This report gives you some of that background that was mentioned in our welcome and framing about some of the relevant commissions or committees that have happened in the last 4 or 5 years, to give you some information about what this has looked like before. One of the questions that we had often in our planning meetings was, what's going to be different about this one? And how will we come together as a collective to have an impact and to make a difference? You'll also see in your notebook that there is a working glossary. I'm calling it a working glossary because we'll continue to add to it different acronyms or terms that we often might use in education, but might not be familiar to everyone. And then finally, you have the presentation from Dr. Marr that will be shared with us this afternoon. We'll continue to build this notebook over time as we continue to meet, and there are additional resources available for you. But this is yours to keep, and this is yours to customize and take notes in, to contribute, to add. I wanted to take a minute here to also give thanks and recognize some of the people from the Friday Institute who are there at your tables. They have been incredibly helpful in helping to shape today, but also throughout the day, as they will be capturing your inputs and taking notes frantically at your table. So please, if I can first introduce Dr. Krista Glazewski. She is our executive director here at the Friday Institute. Dr. Sarah Bossell is a research scholar here as well. Mary Beth Peacham, a research project manager for us at the Friday Institute, and then Jacqueline Stevens, a senior research scholar here. So I want to give a huge shout out and a word of thanks to them for all of their contributions to making this day possible. If you have any questions or needs throughout the day, please feel free to reach out to them, tap them. They know where everything is and will be able to offer support as needed throughout today. I just want to briefly touch base on what some of this commission facilitation might look like. And so as we were thinking about how the Friday Institute's role is shaped throughout this time, we started to think about what are some possible scenarios for what this might look like. So if you take a look at the screen, there's one scenario possibility where you might receive reports on student achievement, and the reports might be a little bit different. One highlights the average statewide improvement in student outcomes, but that second report might use a different approach that shows some declines and in specific subject areas in regions. And so your current data system might not make it easy to reconcile these differences. And so it might leave decision makers without a clear way to interpret why both reports point to different findings or how to determine an appropriate course of action. As education leaders, we understand this is complex work that we're doing. There isn't one single pathway or one single explanation, layers upon layers of complexity that we work within. And so part of our job as facilitators, and then our charge for you as commission members, is really to ask some questions and to dig in. And what evidence do we have? What seems clear? What might remain uncertain? What might have been overlooked? And then also to probe and think about, how do we ask questions about this? What's the inquiry here? What's the issue? How do we further interrogate this? And so really our jobs as a collective then is to ask those big questions. We don't want to make assumptions. We don't want to jump to an immediate solution, but really interrogate and investigate and understand the possibilities as we learn more about the complexities that exist and the recommendations that can be formed as a commission. I want to stop there as we'll have some more time to dig into some of those complexities in a few minutes, but we're going to give you a chance now to introduce yourselves at your tables. And so would like you to take a few minutes to identify yourself and your organization, and then share with the group one hope that you might have for the commission's work. Again, those member bios are in your binders if you would like to reference them there. But we'll have just some time of introduction here as we begin our day and turn it over to you. Thanks so much.
Kevin, how you guys here found out on the second side of the state mile. On one side of me across from me, got Gladys Robinson. Alan, you got a mutual friend, Richard King, who speaks very well. Couple of you guys, I'm gonna try to introduce you to this one. But the fight is I do. I just think so important. I spent but I certainly I mean, there was long meetings. There was always on the state board of education. You know, any local group.
Right.
So many guys. A lot of time. Feel cool. Right. The students must if we stop coming, you should North Carolina. The students are going to go that. Oh.
Connie Goff as the president at Elon. County about themselves and great thriving full of education. Numbers are growing. Not the case. So you got I will do so and I'm certified secondary. That was my backup plan in case I read it. Because I love teaching and I grew up with my dad was and my mom taught there. Very much educator committed to
doing everything we can to improve. My, I was my therapist. Okay, so my hope for this commission is not, is to look to the past as a strength, but not, my dad used to say, if you're staring in the rear view, you're gonna get hurt. And I always like that idea that we should glance at the past as reference points to make sure we're navigating correctly. But we all, so I was hoping this group that was uncovered in the way we do these things and are willing to embrace innovation, but so that we're not getting involved. Thank you.
So everybody just about educated.
Hey there.
I guess. Not Bill Harris. Babysitter. I was he didn't. Unlike his.
And that's right.
That's the United States experience. And I can look at it. I can't compare. I go to university. Great. Yeah, I guess it's fine right now. Not the guy sitting next to him. For a job again. Yeah, increasing that percentage. Career education. Stood here about 60. So that's what I got solved. And would be later. Six years. I have doubts for a job.
Is that it?
No questions.
Education. So
When you get these great links, hear that. See the money going to the top. My role. Challenges. Teacher. John. Working on it here. Be here.
But you know, if people are looking at. They that we. Maybe not just
Relationships if you look.
What leader? Our work. So North Carolina is really smart compared to and I work in the right now on so I'm very big rocks in the jar. I wanted to know have others gotten better. We stayed the same or North Carolina. What if it's called the light there, we've been around how to be very yeah, I think those of us that are day in and day out in it, pretty unique. Things that happen, like yours is not gonna be that, you know, it's not gonna be that different from that. That's like, is that like, you have your own conversation that started later. That's really helping me. A couple of miles from them, it's a half a day.
Quality of sort of great deal. Friday. Never.
Oh.
Having that.
Brian Biggs, did see my LA, my bio. Really? I have a few bios that get wrong, but but I have 8 years coaching. That's what I call 16 years. I was very intertwined. I really, my goal is, we gotta get to the center of the goals. We gotta get outside the box. Every time I look at them, singing, push back from public, charter, traditional public, private, they all want to play. Everybody wants to play. I say, I want to sandbox. It's like that church that you see that runs 15 people. My dad's a lifelong pastor, stuff. But you see that church is running 15 people, and they refuse to bring any technology, they refuse to do it, and they still got 15 people. Their whole congregation, a certain age, so you see that we all see. And what we do, what I see is education, especially when it comes to got the sandboxes. Don't come in my sandbox. And what's best for the students? Our motto around all the county, students first, and all we do. What's best? What, and, a lot of times, I'm on the county school, we're looking at it, and that can't work. So, guess what? Some of those things work, they did work. So we need to integrate what is best for the student. We really have to get outside of sandbox. We all got to law. Say we don't. I do policy every day, and I do. I got to do that. That's not what's best. I think going forward, technology, we have to have accountability. Somebody probably read on student performance. Student performance. We got to plan that. We're always considered and compare with Texas and Florida, but we're not using the same metrics that they use. We need to be using those metrics, get those same, those same facts and figures. But at the same time, we got to have accountability. Kids know they can't fail. They know you're not going to fail. They got words in their code. They know you're not going to fail. Even in college, they just about know they're not going to get failed. And I just had 2 graduates. But the thing is, we got to have accountability at the same time. You got to know, okay, you don't do the work, you're not going to fail. If we get there, and still got things graduates handling it, canister, why don't want to do it? Didn't last year. We got to do that. Can't get crazy about it. There's a lot of stuff, real hard conversations. I'm ready to have it. We're trying to get these. Like I said, I know our teachers. By and large, they do a great job. That's why we're all
Okay, everyone, thank you so much for taking the time to introduce yourselves and to hear from each other. As I've had a chance to walk among the tables, I have heard you start to already talk about these issues that are before us. And so it's time for us to turn to that in your notebooks. You may even want to open up the binder and put those 2 pages of those definitions side by side so that you can see them. And we're going to spend some time digging into these definitions. And I'm going to give a little bit of a caution here. These were authored by part of our work and our research and our backgrounds here at the Friday Institute, with some inputs from our legislative staff and the co-chairs as well. These are our draft definitions. And so as the commission reads them and reviews and gives further input, that could refine it. I'm a person that I do better when I have a draft to work from. And so that's why we're offering them to you as a draft for these definitions. But as part of your inputs today, please share at your table if there's language or something that you'd like to remove or add to these definitions. So feel free to provide those as inputs here as well. But if you are a person who likes to highlight or scratch up, we're going to read through these together, and then we're going to spend a big chunk of our morning now digging in and talking about each of these. And again, your conversation and inputs now and in the future is going to help inform where we're headed with this commission. So we're going to go ahead and start first with student advancement, because that's what's included first in your definition draft. As we're thinking about student advancement then, referring to the conditions, opportunities, and supports that help students progress and prepare for future success in North Carolina schools and beyond. Key transition points include kindergarten readiness, foundational skill development, like literacy, mathematics, computer science, civics education, science, and elementary and middle grades, and access to college and career connected courses and workforce development pathways. A core dimension then of student advancement is student achievement that is driven by the high quality teaching and learning, including rigorous instruction, standards aligned curriculum and assessment. Accountability systems ensure then that students at every grade level develop essential knowledge, competencies, and skills for post-secondary success, such as those reflected in North Carolina's Portrait of a Graduate framework. I'm going to give you just a minute for some reflection, jot down your ideas, think about the inputs that you have, other thoughts that are coming to mind, things that are coming to mind that maybe needed to be included just in the definition or in a larger way as we think about student advancement. So I'm going to give you just a minute for reflection. We will be moving on to the next charge before you have a chance to talk about these at your table. Go ahead and jot some notes, highlight, mark it up, what you need to in order to capture your ideas and thoughts here. I taught high school for 12 years. This is the quietest my class ever was. You were very thoughtful. Let's look at teacher training. Refers to the systems, pathways, and resources that prepare, recruit, and support the ongoing development of highly effective educators for success in North Carolina classrooms. Recruitment, readiness, and retention are shaped by the policies, incentives, professional learning, and traditional or alternative pathways that define entry into and advancement within the profession. Teacher training equips educators with professional knowledge and skills that are integral to supporting both student engagement and achievement. As we look at administrative operations, that's on the next page, refers to the business, financial, and organizational functions that enable public school units in North Carolina to operate effectively, efficiently, and in compliance with state and federal requirements. The capacity for financial management, operational systems, and personnel functions. Structures and local capacity to meet administrative demands, reduce burdens, streamline implementation, leverage shared or regional service models, and support efficient day-to-day operations help create the conditions for teaching and learning. Educational leadership refers to the roles, responsibilities, and decision-making processes that guide direction, oversight, and improvement in public education at the state and local levels. The relationships and interactions among state agencies, governing bodies, public school units, and schools function to set direction, implement policy, allocate authority, and support effective teaching and learning. Governance structures determine how authority is distributed, how responsibilities are assigned, and how state direction and local flexibility are balanced. And then finally, accountability refers to the shared responsibility of state, district, and school leaders to ensure that public investments, instructional practices, and leadership decisions produce measurable improvement in student outcomes. To achieve this, state and local leaders set clear expectations, use transparent and actionable evidence, and continuously implement, monitor, and adjust strategies. Accountability asks whether intended actions were carried out and whether those actions made a meaningful difference for students as reflected in school performance, student growth, instructional quality, leadership effectiveness, and readiness for success. As a planning team, as we looked at these charges, we started to think, well, what about this? And what about that? And how do we capture this? And what do we say here? And so there was a lot of conversation and discussion as we thought about how do we define these? And what does this mean? And what do we currently have that exists here in North Carolina? Where are some of those gaps? What feels most urgent? And so we really wanted to pose those same questions to you all as a collective as well. And this is where I'm going to ask our Friday Institute facilitators at your tables to take really good detailed notes of this conversation, because we want to explore with you from your perspective, what feels the most urgent or most important within these charges? What assets or strengths might already exist in North Carolina? What remains unclear about them? And who else should help inform this work? This might also mean that we invite them to be a potential speaker for the commission at a future meeting. And so we'll invite you to have conversation at your table around each of these charges. That's where we're going to give you an extended amount of time to engage in that conversation. And your Friday Institute facilitators will help prompt you and guide through each of these charges. An alternative option for you is the QR code or the shortcut link that is there in your notebook. This will stay live for you to contribute your ideas and thoughts when you are here or when you leave in between meetings. We are going to ask that this stay to the commission members that you use this Google form and you don't share this with other parties. We want to make sure that we're capturing your voice. There is a public comment option that is posted on our website. If folks that are in the community or in the public would like to contribute their thoughts in that way, we'll be able to capture it through the public comment on the meeting notice website. We're going to turn this back over to you. This is our working meeting here. You've already started in conversation around each of these charges and around answering some of these questions. And so again, your inputs, your ideas, your thoughts will help shape our direction as we move forward. Thank you.
I have one suggestion.
Yeah, he was having trouble, that's what.
Folks, in about 4 minutes, I'm going to ask you to wrap up your conversation, and I'd like to hear just briefly someone from each table to share a snapshot of your conversation. It can be a large synthesis, or it might be 1 or 2 details. So in about 4 minutes, going to ask for some share outs at tables.
These should inform us how it would be the right. Study that, let's get them together possible. Well, I'm expect they're probably like. What I need more is like. Are none of the other 49 states doing this? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out. It's how. I think we've got our record. We have represented God. They're all sarcastic. Somebody who doesn't understand the retiree hire position the way the president does.
Okay, if you can decide at your table who will be the speaker, who will share out about your conversation, give you a minute or so to decide who will be the speaker and what you would like him or her to say to the group, so we can capture that across the tables.
So you do better on the assignment side. Doesn't need it.
All right, we're going to start with Dr. Harrison.
Yes.
I heard him voluntold. I love it. If you don't mind, please using the microphone at your table and share a little bit about what you discussed during this hour conversation.
We're all over the place, and I think in a good way. I think one of the things that we kind of started with is how do we define success? I think that came from Jason. Our successful schools are about a whole lot more than a test score on a given day. So we think if we're going to prepare our students to be successful, we need to decide how do we define success. Part of that is connecting with our business community, connecting with our higher ed folks, and what do they need from us? Where are the gaps that exist among those who are going into higher education, among those who are going right into the world of work? So I think we need to work through that way. We talked a lot about the accountability system and what it might be able to do and what it does. We talked about the whole readiness issue, that every 5-year-old is not at the same place when they're 5 years old. So why do we expect them all to be at the same place in May of their 6-year-old year, May of the first grade, May of the second grade, May of the third grade? So how can we make that more of a continuum that we really enable our kids to be successful? We like the portrait of a graduate, Mo, but have we put in place the supports to operationalize that? I mean, is it more than I don't know, back when I was there, we used to have a graduate standing in the wall, standing in the back of the room with all those skills. But how do we take that out to our schools to enable them to enable all their students to acquire all their skills? We talked about old soft skills, Alan, and you talked about this with our leadership team, with our teacher leaders, is those soft skills are now essential skills. So what is it that we're doing to enable those? What else we talked? We talked about a heck of a lot of stuff. Did we talk? Surely we talked about more than that. Did I do it? Pardon me? Yeah, ideally in my mind, K through 2 would just be one continuum, that we wouldn't have kindergarten, we wouldn't have first grade, we wouldn't have second grade. That it may take some children 4 years to get through what we formerly called kindergarten, first, second grade. Some may be able to get through in 2 years. I heard Phil Schlechte say back in 1988 that one of our problems is time is the constant and achievement is the variable. Heard that in 88. 2026, time is still the constant and achievement is the variable. So I think there's got a lot of bright people in here with different perspectives. Part of my problem is I've grown up in the system and been in the system for so long. It's hard to look at some things differently. And I spent a long time as a superintendent, and we were able to do some really neat things where I was working, but not one of those neat things was my idea. They were all the ideas of our teachers that would come to me, and we talked about empowering teachers. We talked about courageous leadership, that I think in many ways we have a better idea than we might admit of what needs to be done, but do we have the courage and the will to do it? And then, my observation that I've got to use every time I stand in front of a group of people and talk about our children, that August 26th, next year, every 5-year-old starting kindergarten is going to be excited about starting school. Can we say the same thing for every 6th grader, for every 9th grader, for every 10th grader? There's something wrong when the longer they're with us, the less they like us. Let's make our schools places where kids want to be.
Thank you.
So I hit almost everything.
Excellent.
Everything and more. Yeah,
Yep.
teacher working conditions is, it's so important. I was on a commission that came up with that a long time ago.
Great. Let's move over to this table. I see Brenda, you have the microphone. Do you want to speak about what your table discussed this morning?
Switch with you.
Don't have a teacher voice. Fantastic conversation at this table. We led off with Alan asking everyone what's their one word to transform education. And around the table, we heard curriculum, governance, belief, perspective, outcomes, and expectations. And then that really framed the rest of the conversation. A good conversation about high expectations for students from the top of the system to the classroom. And what does that mean and what does that require? And that blends in curriculum, that it blends in leadership. And so those were sort of the topics that we went into in more depth. I'll say the framing that I really appreciated from this table was we would get into a conversation and say, but that can't be done. And then someone would say, perfect, let's talk about it. Right. So I think I really appreciate we are willing to have some bold, brave conversations here. I hope the same was true with all of your other tables. This is the place to really have those conversations. And we had some bold conversations about governance. What happens if you snap your fingers and we no longer have elected school boards, or we have an appointed superintendent, or what does that look like? And then practically speaking, where do you go from there? And there's a lot of, well, you can't because, well, let's figure out what would we do and then go to the best we can possibly go from there. We talked about teacher quality. We talked about the idea of creating a world-class kind of army of teachers. Marisha shared her story as a teaching fellow, as did Representative Cotham. So we have 2 teaching fellows and a principal fellow around the table. We did highlight principal fellows as an existing strength. As a proud commission member, I'm thrilled that that came up. We also talked about empowerment. We talked about principal empowerment, how much they can do at their school building. We talked about state superintendent empowerment, how DPI is staffed with FTEs that are predetermined for the most part. It's what do we say, 700 positions in the building, and maybe 100 are subjective or are chosen. So some big rocks to move in this conversation. Friends, did I miss anything? Good. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Awesome.
everyone.
Excellent. Dr. Burns?
I'll do my best to summarize the discussion at this table. And I would characterize it by saying it was very robust and pretty much at a systems level. Anybody in here know who James Thurber was? I'll give you, Ann knows, and I know why you know. He was, and he was a cartoonist, and he wrote The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. And why do I bring him up? Because one of his famous quotes is, "It is better to know some of the questions than all of the answers." This table had amazing questions. And I think Sarah went into overdrive trying to capture all of them because the questions kept coming and coming at a very high level. And we were able to go through each of the charges. And I'll just highlight a couple of things. We talked a great deal about student advancement with respect to readiness and how important that is, but also about literacy. And what does that look like now that we have the science of reading? How well implemented is that? How well trained are people to implement that wonderful program? We talked about accountability in terms of how you measure things, and is testing truly accurate on the day that it occurs and why that matters. Teacher training, we spent a good bit of time talking about that. And I won't go into all of the questions, but there was one question and I posed it, so I get to ask it to this crowd as well. It's a question I have asked many, many groups in the past. Without raising your hand, how many of you have children or grandchildren who are teachers today? don't raise your hand. The other question is, how many of you would actively encourage your child or grandchild today to become a teacher in North Carolina? I'm glad to see your hand. Too many times I don't get many hands. The question is, what would it take for every parent in North Carolina to be comfortable saying, I want you to consider being a teacher. I want you, my grandchild, to consider being a counselor in a public school. What would it take for North Carolina to have such wonderful teacher working conditions, compensation, all of the package that goes into it, so that people came from other states to teach here? And each of us actively encouraged sincerely our children and grandchildren to become teachers. That question needs to be answered before we talk about preparation, about many other things. My understanding is that the number of students in schools of education has declined over the past 10 years. If we don't have the students recruited, preparation becomes a moot point. And we spend a lot of time talking about systems there. Administrative operations, I think it would be quite an understatement to say that administrative operations in North Carolina is overwhelming for too many school systems. Larger districts have lots of resources they can manage. Smaller districts really struggle at each district, regardless of whether you're Wake with 170,000 students, or where I was last, Northampton County with 1,250 kids. You still have to run buses, pay bills, have payroll. You have to have you have to do everything. And so how can we think about things from a system level and make it better? We talked a good bit about governance and about the support that's available and would be good for all leaders in public schools, school boards, principals, superintendents, teachers, and how might that be looked at differently. And I think the real promise from our group is, I think the optimism around our table was incredible. And we did not spend much time talking about barriers. We spent time talking about opportunities and opportunities today. And I have to believe that based on this brief conversation, which was very in-depth and very thought-provoking for me, I'm really excited. And I hope I speak for our members that we're looking for actionable results from this commission. And whether they be large or small, but they are actionable and they can be built upon. All right, team, what did I miss? Anybody want to jump in? I'm sure Senator wants the mic. No, okay, all right. Okay, I'm done, Em.
Thank you, Dr. Burns. And our final table, is that you, Matt Bristow-Smith?
I was a little worried I might have to go after Dale Burns. You might not remember me, Dr. Burns, but you wrote my letter of recommendation to grad school. So I thank you very much. And yes, sir, it was. My very first day of grad school was in this room, and it was taught by Bill Harrison. So I have to go after Dr. Harrison and Dr. Burns. Our table, I think, reinforced just how important it is that we have multiple viewpoints in the discussions that are taking place. How powerful it is to be sitting in a room and at a table with members of both chambers, with folks that have worked in education, geographically diverse, really rich conversation. Some of the themes that we touched on, at the heart of it, Alan Duncan reminded us that first off, student advancement needs to be front and center in our work, that we need to have conversations where they're all deeply rooted in kids, whether we're talking about systems or personnel or curricula, that children need to be the anchor that we calibrate all of our discussions around. So we talked about a number of different things, flexibility being one of those. I don't think I've heard that mentioned yet by any of the tables, but that there's lots of lessons learned about flexibility from our charter environment and other opportunities that we feel like could be generalized, expanded, add value to the work of our traditional schools. We did talk about accountability, and that single school performance grades in many ways misrepresent the nuance, the detail, the facts, the work that takes place in our schools. talked about the difference between achievement and growth and how that creates tensions and how we measure schools. Talked a lot about teachers, and that as Alan once again spoke to and that the table affirmed, lots of research shows that the single most important factor that moves student achievement is the quality of their teachers. And so when we're thinking about investments and where we want to perhaps put some of our energy and perhaps some of our resources, teachers, compensation models, professional learning, very essential to that. We did talk about advanced teaching roles and the power of advanced teaching roles. It's a specific initiative, but we also just talked about in general the need to invest in a profession that allows folks to answer that question that Dr. Burns raised. Would you want your child to go into this profession? And this is coming from the perspective of a parent who's going to graduate a daughter in 2 weeks, who's going to become a teacher. And I am, of course, the son of a teacher. My mom was a teacher. I'm an educator, and my daughter's an educator. So I think it's a question we have to ask, and it's one that we as a commission need to be ready to answer. We also discussed voices at the table, and I want to thank Gladys for this. Voices either at the table or in the room that we need to channel. We need to channel parents into this work. The voices of parents and the perspective of parents are very, very valuable. And then also the perspectives of children. Ashton commented that if you really want to get down to it, if you want to hear the nitty gritty, the real talk of what makes a teacher effective, what makes schools work, what makes principal leadership effective, just ask a kid and they'll tell you. And so it may be useful for our commission to think some about how we can channel the perspectives of parents and kids to help enrich our own discussions. At the end of the day, I would second that most of our conversations were about questions, about what if possibilities. We did touch on barriers that exist, but we are boldly and courageously willing to at least ask the questions. So we're really grateful for that. Thank you.
Give yourself a round of applause. The richness of conversation this morning has been really moving and I think critical to how we wanted to start the Blue Ribbon Commission on Public Education and where we are hopeful that it will go. And so I really admire and appreciate your sincerity, your authenticness, the earnestness that you are bringing to the conversation to ask these questions, to challenge some of that status quo, as Don charged this morning, to be creative and to think outside of that status quo and to bring a sense of urgency to it as well. And so I heard as I was walking around some different things from folks, someone mentioned this is a little bit different than what other commissions or committees often look like. There's a lot of conversation that you've given time for during the day. And that's really powerful to be able to hear and have voices contributing to this work. And then somebody also said to me, you have a lot of work ahead of you to be able to synthesize all of the inputs from the conversation. And I agree that it's exciting to us at the Freddie Institute, but it also a lot of work for you all, because this is your responsibility as commission members to help sort through this, to recognize and realize those priorities, to make those recommendations and to move forward with the vote and the report as we move through our meetings. And so really excited about what the work looks like ahead of us. We are going to stop now for our team, or I'm already calling you a team, the commission photo that we'll take out here in the lobby. Our director of communications will be up on the second floor looking down, taking our photo there. That will be our official commission member photo. And then we will have lunch that is available for you in this second hallway here on the left. So first priority is the photo. And then we'll be moving on to having our lunch, which is right behind us. And then we will be back together at 1:15 with our presentation from Dr. Marr. So we'll go ahead, commission members, we'll ask you to meet us out here in the lobby for that photo, and then we'll break for lunch. Thanks.
Have to develop their kids. And I think one of the downsides would be it would be good here. Program. I mean, you know, it's not like it is the Western scholarship.
And so the floor.
Could you create it for? Yeah. Like,
Yeah. Absolutely.
They have to use it in terms of numbers, but to get one of those general would have to be back now. Okay.
Well, good afternoon again. It is a real pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Michael Mayer. And Michael Mayer is the Chief Accountability Officer at the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, where he leads the state's accountability, testing, and research functions and oversees the offices of accountability and testing and research and promising practices. His work focuses on using data, evaluation, and evidence to inform statewide policy and improve student outcomes. Previously, he served as the Deputy Superintendent of Standards, Accountability, and Research, and as Executive Director of the Office of Learning Recovery and Acceleration, where he helped guide North Carolina's academic recovery efforts and the implementation of major statewide initiatives. Michael actually began his career as a high school science teacher, and I particularly wanted to introduce him because he was a high school science teacher at Glenn High School when I was superintendent of schools. And actually, I met him probably we reconnected a few years ago, and he said, "You were my superintendent back at Glenn," back in those days. And we had that conversation. He's come a long way since his days at Glenn High School. But he began his career as a high school science teacher. He later served in higher education as a faculty member at St. Augustine's University and assistant dean in the College of Education at North Carolina State. Michael, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Martin. And thank you and good afternoon. So I appreciate the opportunity to come and kind of talk to you a little bit about student achievement. And so I have a very simple goal, and it's to provide you with a clear, honest picture of where we are as a state, what's working, where we're improving, and where we still have work to do. So all three. This presentation today is going to unfold in 5 different parts. So I'm going to give you an introduction and some context. I'm going to follow that with some student test performance, then the national picture, and finally some best in nation metrics, and then a conclusion. We'll tie it all together. Ordinarily, when I give presentations, I'm open to having people stop and kind of answer questions. But I think in talking with the planning group, we thought it might be best if I make my way through the presentation, save time at the end, and then I'll address any and all questions, comments, concerns, additional information you'd like at that time. Okay. And so I want to start with a simple idea that what you measure is what you value. When we talk about student achievement, there's always this tendency to try to boil it down to a single test score or a single number. But that doesn't capture the full picture of what happens in public schools across the state. In North Carolina, we need to think about student achievement as being multidimensional. It includes not only student academic performance, but also growth and readiness for career or college. So post-secondary outcomes matter a lot. The second point I want to emphasize is that trends matter more than the single year snapshot, right? The single year snapshot gives you the performance of individual students on a given day. The trend data allows us to see where we're moving as a state. And then finally, context matters. And I'm going to share some of the context that we see for North Carolina public schools. Public schools are not monolithic. They all don't look alike. They're a great variety in our state. And so who our students are, what they bring with them, the experiences they have, all of that shapes the outcomes that you see at the end of the year, at the end of a student's journey. So as we go through this today, I'll encourage you to think about these three things: student achievement as a multi-measure indicator, trends over single years, and context. There are going to be a number of slides that are data heavy or information rich. And so this is to help kind of situate you in the data slide. So what you'll see coming forward are blue bars in one data set. And those blue bars mean that that was the highest year in the last 3 years. If the bar is gray, that tells you that for that given year, that was not the highest result for students. We also have a purple bar, and I'll talk a little bit about that, and that's related to science test performance, which was a new test. And so it's hard to compare across years. Our results will include multiple measures, so state tests, career and college readiness assessments, graduation rates, and other indicators. Each of these measures reflects a different aspect of student success. And again, we want to focus on the patterns and the directions of the data. A few acronyms for those of you who don't live in the world. CTE refers to career and technical education. EOC is an end of course exam. So end of course exams are high school exams. EOG are end of grade exams. So we test 3rd through 8th grade. Those would be end of grade exams. And then the NC Extend 1 are the alternate assessments for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. And so that represents about 1% of our population take NC Extend 1. And then finally, we're focused today on grade level proficiency, what we would refer to as GLP. Our data is disaggregated by subgroup. These subgroups are the federally identified subgroups. And so you have American Indian, Asian, Black, Hispanic, multiracial, white. Those are our race ethnicity categories. And then we have some other student populations or student groups: economically disadvantaged students, English learners, and students with disabilities. And this is how we disaggregate our data. North Carolina is the 9th largest public school system in America. It is a large system. We serve approximately 1.5 million children across over 2,400 schools in 115 school districts and more than 200 charter schools. There are countless specialized programs in all of these schools, from early colleges to career academies to magnet schools. We have nearly 190,000 educators, teachers, assistants, principals, school support specialists, 190,000 educators supporting these 1.5 million children. And the reason I bring this to your attention is because the scale matters. The scale matters. In a system as large as ours, significant change takes time. So our system is diverse, as I mentioned, in how students experience school, in the types of schools that are available to them, in the types of programs, including advanced courses, career pathways, multiple languages. And I bring this to your attention because this matters as well. Achievement is not one size fits all. Achievement comes in many forms. We are preparing students through multiple pathways for their post-secondary life. A few highlights before we dig into our test performance data. This is where students are succeeding in North Carolina. So first, our graduation rate, 87.7%, is the highest in the history of North Carolina. Sometimes I tell folks that statistic and I say, well, school is easier. Well, is it? Is it? Because at the same time as we are achieving record graduation, we have the highest AP participation and success that we've ever had. Rigorous coursework, high achievement in that rigorous coursework. So yes, additionally, it's not only about college. Participation on career and technical education. So again, we are now second in the nation in the number of credentials earned for our students. These are workforce credentials, second in the nation. So we're achieving in AP participation and AP performance. We are achieving in CTE credentialing. And then more than half of our graduates are completing college level coursework. So these are real indicators of student success. So how about our test performance, and what does that tell us? The percentage of students who were proficient in reading and mathematics tests, we had the highest results in the last 3 years for 12 out of 15 assessments. All of our race and ethnicity subgroups were at the highest level, again, in the last 3 years. And our end of grade mathematics show an increase in the percentage of proficient students as well. So again, across multiple tests, proficiency is at a 3-year high, includes gains for all of our subgroups, consistent improvement in mathematics. And this is when I talk about trends. These are the trends that we're monitoring. Okay. So with our tests, with our different exams, so based on the analysis of all of our EOG, EOC, and Extend 1, this is the data you are about to see. So a number of slides now going forward with data. And so these are all level 3 and above, which is grade level proficient. So this is an all subjects composite. So again, so we begin our testing program in North Carolina in 3rd grade in accordance with federal and state law. We test grades 3 through 8, reading and math. We test science in grade 5 and science in grade 8. And then we test at the high school level, English, science, and mathematics. And so that's what you're going to see as we follow along here. When we take the composite of all of our tests, roughly 55% of our students are proficient. And again, you see some steady improvement over time. Large scale, small numbers matter, right? Large scale, small numbers matter. So a small movement from 53.6 to 54 to 55 is progress, measurable progress, steady improvement. But yes, you're looking at this data now and you're saying, but Michael, 45%, we're not proficient. And I would say, yes, that is where the improvement needs to occur. We still have work to do. 55% proficient, 45% not yet proficient. Okay, how about our subgroups? When we look across our subgroups, again, you'll see consistent improvement over time. The rule of large numbers, these are all statistically significant results. Small movements matter. The trend is in the right direction. But again, what you'll notice here are the gaps. We have gaps in performance for our different subgroups, an area of work that needs to be addressed. When we look further into our other data sets, again, with the exception of our students with disabilities, which are generally flat, and you'll note it says 19, 19, 19, and it's gray. There are decimals there. And so what you don't see is the middle year was slightly higher, right? It was like a 19.3 or something like that versus a 19.1. But I point that out because I just told you small numbers matter, right? Small gains matter. So small declines also matter. But again, same picture here, significant differences in the outcomes for different subgroups. This is where we need to focus our work. Okay, so now we're going to look at each of our tested subjects. And so as I mentioned in the earlier slide, blue bars represent the highest performance in the last 3 years. Gray bars represent the last tested year not being the highest performance. And purple is science. And so why is science in purple? We administered new exams in the last testing cycle. And because we have new standards and new exams, you cannot appropriately compare the prior test results to this set of test results because the tests are slightly different. Okay? You'll also see the 2019 data. I also would like to caution drawing big comparisons or making kind of claims about 2019 versus 2025. So as everybody knows, 2019 was the last year for which we have stable, reliable, valid data on student performance. 2020 was the COVID year. We had a year of no testing in the state. We had a year and a half of disrupted learning for children where they were in and out or remote. It takes time to build back from where you were. There were significant declines in student performance nationwide. And that's not only evidenced on our assessments, but on the NAEP exam, which I'll talk about later on in the presentation. So we are one way to look at it is we're building back from where we were. Another way to look at it is these are different cohorts of children. These are different cohorts of children. So the grade 3 through grade 8, those kids either were home during COVID or were not yet in school. Right? I believe if my memory serves, I think our 4th graders this year is the first group of non-COVID kids, right? So we are making our way through now an entire generation of children who were out of school. And so that matters. And so often when we present our data, that's why you see 3 years versus this kind of comparison to 19. But again, kind of laid out for you there. Reading grade 3. One area in which we see improvement needs to happen. However, so let me also kind of explain grade 3 a little bit. So we see some nice improvement in 4 and 5. The state made a significant investment in both funding and time and resources in science of reading training for teachers throughout North Carolina. It takes time for them to actually participate in that professional learning, own it, and then move it through their classrooms. The grade 3 is the first tested year. We have benchmark data for children, so we use what's known as DIBELS prior to grade 3. DIBELS measures foundational skills in reading. And if you look at the DIBELS data, what you see is the number of students who are on track versus not on track has actually been, the not on track has been declining year over year. So we have some early indications that the training that we've put into science of reading is starting to have an impact. The DIBELS test and the EOC measure different things. So we may see data, or we may hear data where 3rd grade, 2nd grade students and 3rd grade DIBELS data looks one way, but we're not seeing yet the performance on 3rd. And that's because we move from foundational skills in DIBELS to comprehension in 3rd grade. So the 3rd grade test is a test of comprehension. And so it's the first indication or the first time that students experience that. And so we do expect this year, right? I would expect to see this number begin to move now because we are actually getting through entire cohorts of children and teachers, children for whom their teachers have had the full experience of letters training. Additionally, our results are what we see nationally in terms of reading performance. This is reading 6 through 8 and English 2, the high school test. So again, we see this year over year performance increase, 6, 7, 8. So what happens in English 2? English 2 is an interesting test. In the post-COVID years, it was one of the first tests to sort of bounce back in terms of the COVID decline and then the next year in performance. And part of that is English 2 standards are mirror English 1. And so teachers have this opportunity to actually take 2 years to cover a set of standards. And so often we see that in the results, the performance results for students. Again, 60 to 59, it's significant, but small. And I would expect a little bit of variation in that English 2 test. Okay, 3 through 8 composite for our subgroups. This is good news in terms of the overall trend performance. But again, there are significant and consistent gaps across race and subgroup, and those matter. Right? So same thing here with our subgroup, categorical subgroup. English 2, as I mentioned, we saw that slight decline in performance. It's essentially across the board. And then by subgroup, mixed results. But what we don't see is huge variation year to year. We have sort of a stable trend over time. Math is where we're seeing the most consistent improvement. We have gains across nearly every level, including both middle and high school. Subgroup performance. Again, I'm sorry. Grade level proficient by subject. So 8th grade, and let me explain this 8th grade a little bit, right? Because I know you're looking at that thinking, what's going on here? So North Carolina has what's known as an auto enrollment policy for mathematics. So there was law passed several years ago. It's actually national model legislation. Other states are taking up North Carolina's auto enrollment policy. And what that means is students in elementary school who score a 5 on their EOG, so they are at the top of the performance scale, those students are automatically enrolled in advanced mathematics. So if I take 7th grade math and I take the EOG and I score a 5, I am automatically placed in Math 1 for 8th grade, which is the first high school math class. In order to not take that course, the parent has to opt the child out. The vast majority of our students at the highest performance scale are in Math 1. I believe it's somewhere around 98% of kids who are auto-enrolled remain in that course, right? Model legislation is exactly what we want to do. We want to push kids forward when we can do that. We have some recommendations about having auto-enrollment for some other subjects as well, including English and science. So what happens here? So our students who are taking Math 1 in 8th grade are the highest performing students in 7th grade math. The students who take grade 8 math EOG are the students who were not the highest performing students in 7th grade math. And so we have essentially taken the top off, moved those students. And so what happens then is these students then move on to Math 2 in high school. The students who are in 8th grade math become our 9th grade Math 1. So these are the same children, right? This is a different cohort of children. That makes sense? And when we look at our performance composites in math, again, same trends, persistent gaps. What this really tells us is that we have a need for targeted improvement, targeted support and improvement. Across the board, support and improvement does not get at our very specific need in terms of student groups that need support, additional support. And again, here are our other subcategories, not EDS, EDS, so on. But again, same general direction, same general trends, starting to see some higher performing, but work to be done. As you'll note, we're not at the proficiency rates that we want. Okay, so Math 9, 12. And this gets at our, remember, this was our subgroup of students for whom they took 8th grade math in 8th grade, right? Again, same general trend. we know where work has to be done. Math 3. So again, students taking Math 3 now, we have taken those students who took Math 1 in high school, high performing children. We see some high performance. Okay. Again, same general trends, some really nice improvements from 24 to 25. Again, I noted a small increase matters, and some of these, the magnitude of the increase here is pretty significant. And then growth. So we also as a measure on our accountability system, we use growth. And so thinking about growth, not just proficiency. So many schools are meeting or exceeding their growth expectation. So this tells us while we haven't made proficiency yet, we are still making progress. Right? There are perhaps 2 questions you might be asking as you're sitting there. One, why is there only 1 year here, Michael, and not a trend? Growth is calculated fresh each year based on that student's prior performance. So every year, growth is recalculated as part of the formula. So growth here is primarily a year-specific check, right, to ensure that we're making the kind of progress we would expect to see. If we were not seeing that, then that would indicate some other issue in the system that needed to be addressed. Second question might be, why does it look different across the grade spans? And so you often see stronger growth in elementary school as compared to middle and high school. And part of that is because elementary children are building foundational skills. Foundational skills tend to be easier to accelerate. And so you see this sort of growth go like this, right, for elementary children in terms of the skill building. Whereas in middle and high school, we're consolidating some of those skills now. And the tests are no longer, in essence, foundational. Okay. Another indicator we use is our 11th grade ACT performance. So this provides our college readiness benchmark. Results, again, relatively stable over time. We do see variation across groups consistent with our other measures. Okay. And I do want to caution us slightly. So with regard to our college readiness, North Carolina is, and this is an indicator for us on our statewide accountability system. And as such, every 11th grader takes the ACT in North Carolina, regardless of their chosen path for the future. So if a student decides, I'm going to go into a career straight out of high school, I'm going to be a contractor, I'm going to be a welder, I'm going to be whatever it might be, they still take the ACT. There might be some motivation issues with taking an ACT if I don't see the ACT as relevant. And so the reason I kind of caution us against that is I often do not make big claims about ACT performance, even though it's an important indicator, right? So we measure the trend. We expect it to improve because we do have a number of students who are taking this, indicating they do want to go to college. And for them, it matters a great deal. Okay, so with that said, we see our composite scores by race, similar trends to what we've seen throughout the data. And then finally, we have our work keys, which is our measure of career readiness. So this is earning a silver certificate or higher on the work keys, indicating workforce readiness. And so again, these are students. So this is not required of all children. This is required of CTE concentrators. Okay. By subgroup. Another indicator on our accountability system, as I mentioned earlier, was our graduation rate. So 87.7 with an expected goal or best in nation goal of 92% by 2030. So what does that look like across our cohorts? And how this number is calculated is also important. So cohort graduation requirement is a federal requirement. It's a U.S. Department of Education requirement under federal accountability rules. And so these are the percentage of students who start in 9th grade and graduate in 4 years. If you cannot account for where a student is in that final year, it counts against you. All right, let me repeat that. If a student moves to another state, goes to a private school, goes to another country, and you can't track down that student, they stay in your denominator, and we use the numerator to calculate the cohort graduation rate. So it is a valid and reliable indicator, right? So less variability across our student groups. And again, these are by category. Okay, so moving on to some national comparisons. So you have a picture now of where North Carolina is. We are a state that has been making progress since 2019 with some fairly consistent trends over time, yet work still to be done in terms of our overall proficiency rate, but also in our subgroup proficiency rates. So how do we look when we compare ourselves to other states? So NAEP is administered every other year. And in fact, we just concluded our NAEP administration in March of this year. The next set of NAEP results will become available in January of 27. And so that will be our next NAEP benchmark. It assesses reading and mathematics in grades 4 and 8. It is administered every 2 years across the entire country. We refer to it as the nation's report card because it helps provide that external benchmark to contextualize student performance across the country. The exam is the same for every state. It is representative of that state. The sampling procedures ensure that what we see is an accurate representation for North Carolina and the nation. Okay, so what is our data? So this is North Carolina. North Carolina trends on the 22 and 24 assessments. And so what you'll notice is we are at or above the national average in math, yet our trend is in the wrong direction in reading. And again, one thing to contextualize, these are different cohorts of children who are moving through, but that does still matters, right? Because these are valid, reliable results. And in 2024, our grade 8 math performance was statistically significant in their performance in terms of the rest of the nation. So North Carolina was statistically higher than the rest of the country at that point, than the national average at that point, sorry. Right. When we compare North Carolina to a group of peer states, we see that in most cases, our performance is statistically similar. These states were selected because they have accountability systems that are similar to North Carolina and include a single A through F letter grade for each school. In mathematics, you'll notice North Carolina is at or above many of these states. And so the blue is where we are, green and blue is where North Carolina is equal to or higher than the other state. Okay. The yellow is where we were statistically below another state, right? It's just the opposite, sorry. Yes, my colors are flipped, sorry, I apologize. We'll get it fixed. But I think that, so what you see here is North Carolina in general trends higher than many of our peer states. And putting this within our performance data, you'll see North Carolina is competitive in a national landscape. So you may look at our earlier data and say, well, only 55% of kids are proficient. Yes, but we are not a statistical outlier when it comes to performance across the country. NAEP is independent of our state system. So we sort of benchmark our assessments against NAEP, but they're not one-to-one. It's not the same standards, okay? And NAEP is a rigorous standard. And so that if your performance was out of line, then that would tell you that the standards you've set in your state are not at a rigorous level. So the more rigor you can put in, the better performing you end up being. Okay. So what does it look like, or what do we think about future success? And so the superintendent and the state board have put out a pretty bold initiative within the strategic plan to make North Carolina the best system by 2030. And so we have a number of measures that we are tracking performance on now over time. So that includes our graduation rate and ACT composite participation and exam performance, as you've seen, as well as our dual enrollment participation, so students taking college level courses, CTE participation and credentials, and then finally, improvements in our NAEP scores. Public school enrollment, and then lastly, character education, which we are working on benchmarking. Additional work going forward. So we are making meaningful progress across a variety of our measures. However, too many students are not where we would want them to be or where we expect them to be. We do need to think about the full system. You can't change proficiency rates in math by only thinking about math. It's the whole system we have to address. And so now our goal is really about acceleration. How do you accelerate student learning? Because again, remediation is not going to get you there either. There's plenty of work around remediation that will tell you the best path forward is acceleration for all children. To enable this work, the State Board of Education has convened an accountability task force. And so what you kind of hear about our accountability system, I'll sort of get into that in a second, but what we really want to do with this task force is reliably assess multiple measures of student success in performance across K-12 so that we can ensure that all students graduate prepared for life. So our current system is heavily weighted on reading and math performance nearly exclusively. Proficiency over growth, 80% of the score is within proficiency and only 20% is used for growth. So we heavily weight on one end. It is a very limited reflection of student readiness. We don't include any indicators around CTE credentials. We don't include any indicators around student post-secondary participation, right? So we're not including any of the work that's actually happening in the high school to get students on their path. We're only looking at reading and math scores. This also gives us other inequities, including not accounting for college credit opportunities, CTE or enrichment. We have a chance now to modernize our assessment system, which would be one of the leaders in the nation. You may have noticed there are some other states that are engaging in this work. Indiana has just put out a new system. Iowa has put in for some federal waivers. Oklahoma has put in for some federal waivers. And we're thinking beyond just the waiver conversation and more about the entire system. And so how do you create a new system that accurately reflects student performance? Our goal will be to recognize excellence in public schools and to identify schools that are most in need of support. Our current system does not provide us these two opportunities. It over-identifies schools as needing support because of the nature of the system. So on that NAEP performance slide amongst those peer states, what you will notice is North Carolina, relatively the same in almost all of those categories, yet we identify way more DNF schools than any of those other states by the hundreds. Like, we're not talking about 10 or 20. We're essentially saying there are, 400 more F schools in North Carolina than there are in Florida, for example. Yet the national data does not support that conclusion. And so we have a current system that doesn't accurately reflect performance in our public schools. So thinking about what this might look like in a new scheme, multiple and valid measures of student performance with our focus on proficiency rates, making sure students are proficient in reading and math, but also looking at readiness beyond graduation, career, college, military enrollment or enlistment, growth and equality of opportunity, and then lastly, transparent reporting for parents. I happened to be at a U.S. Department of Ed convening last week on accountability systems, where we had these entire conversations, and the focus of the U.S. Department of Ed moving forward. They have several guardrails that they want in place. Annual statewide assessments are not going away. Reading and math proficiency is not going away. Subgroup analysis not going away. Transparent reporting for parents not going away. Everything else on the table. If you want a different weighting, on the table. If you want new career and college readiness indicators, on the table. So we have some opportunity in front of us. Okay, finally, our timeline. Phase 1 is underway. So we have a task force, some principles, we've done a theory of action, and we are in the midst of identifying new indicators. This summer, we're going to work on the indicators and measures, working on the model, validate the model. Finally, we'll come in spring of 27, we'll be going to the state board with some recommendations, and then engage with the General Assembly for the long session around those recommendations. And then finally, having a multi-indicator model. All of this data is available to you. We actually have a dashboard where you can filter performance by district, school, state, all of the tested subjects, and all of the student groups available. And that is my last slide. Right on.
We're going to ask Dr. Marr to stay up here and then invite any questions that you might have. We have about 10 minutes for him to respond to any questions. And I want to give him an out as well. He might say, I have the answer for you now or yet, or we'll come back with a response for you. So Senator Chaudhry, if you have a microphone at your table, if you all don't mind passing it down, and we'll start with you.
Can you hear me? Okay. I have two questions if I can so indulge. Number one, is there a way to disaggregate the data aside from race so that you can focus specifically on schools? And I only ask because if you had to isolate, let's say, the bottom 100 schools that are contributing to the overall aggregate picture of of the score, is there a way to do so? Is that a way to drive resources? So that's my first question. Then I just have one other follow-up.
Okay.
You may
the
do the
first
follow-up?
one.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, we identify what are known as the bottom 5% of schools per federal law. Those are called our comprehensive support improvement, CSI schools. We have CSI, TSI, targeted support and improvement, and then ATSI, additional target. So we do identify what are known as the bottom 5% already. And so additionally, we drive federal funding from the Department of Education to those Title I schools that fall in that category. So yes, we do that.
Okay. Well, I'd have a follow-up on that, but I'll try not to use my follow-up question because I was curious as to how much that ends up contributing to the overall aggregate if you look at the bottom 5%. So my second question, as it relates to getting the information, I deal with this as a parent. I know some states have been looking at this. So when we do the end of grade test scores, we don't get the test scores till August generally, right?
Parents?
Yeah.
Parents get them the next day.
End of grade we do?
Yes. Yeah, so student takes math 1
Yeah.
on Thursday.
Okay.
Every student who takes, so we're in the testing window now,
Right.
right? So we've got students across North Carolina who really next week will begin taking assessments.
Okay.
Student on Monday, across the entire state, they take an exam. At the conclusion of that night, all of those tests are pulled down by our vendor and it ultimately spit back out. And yes, those results are available the next day. We're one of the few states that actually turns now the school performance grade, the school is not delivered until August, but individual student reports are delivered the next day.
That's for all end of grade?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That's it.
All right, Dr. Clemens.
Michael, can you just talk about, so we have students in homeschool, charter schools, private schools, traditional public schools. So can you just, I think it would be helpful context for what students are and are not included in the data you just shared.
So the data set that is available to us are all students in North Carolina public schools. That would be our 115 LEAs and our 212-ish charter schools. So these are charter school students and traditional public school students. The data does not include private schools, homeschools, any other schools in North Carolina. Yeah.
Other questions for Dr. Marr? Don?
Yeah, quickly, in terms of chronically absent students, that's a big number.
Yes.
Can you just isolate what their test scores are for chronically absent students and how many never take a test?
Yes and no. So one of the reasons I cautioned against comparing the 2019 data to the 2025 data. Historically, North Carolina's chronic absenteeism means a student missed 10% or more of an academic year, right? The historic chronic absenteeism number was about 15%. Immediately post-pandemic in 2021, our chronic absenteeism number was 32%. Right. Let that settle. 400,000 children out of 1.5 million were chronically absent. We have reduced that number to about 26%. We have an ongoing strategic plan initiative called Attend-NC. And on that, if you Google it, it probably will come up. If not, I'll get Emma the link, but you can see the investment we've put in chronic absenteeism. We have a full resource for district schools, parents on absenteeism. We have what's known as a bright spots map. So we have a number of schools in North Carolina who have cut their chronic absenteeism rate by 50% or more. We are now highlighting those schools, and we are going to bring qualitative researchers into those schools to figure out what they did. And then we're going to share it statewide. So we have this intentional approach to cutting chronic absenteeism. I would contend that one of the leading indicators of test performance is absenteeism. If kids aren't in school, they can't perform. And so that is a huge measure. The other trend in the data, so you asked about sort of the variation in students who are and are not. One of the things we note, and I don't have this available right away, but I know from some of the work we've done on chronic absenteeism and our innate performance, that we are sort of bifurcating our student population. Students at the high end of the scale are continuing to improve, and students at the bottom end of the scale are declining. And even the students in the middle are either flat or declining. So our highest performing kids continue to rise up, right? It's our students at the bottom end that we need more, to your point, Representative Chaudhry, targeted support for those students most in need of it. But our system right now doesn't allow us to do that because it over-identifies schools that perhaps don't need the same support.
I do one quick follow-up on the grading system.
Yeah.
On the charts you had with the NAEP scores with the other states they give school grades.
Yes.
do you know what their weightings are between growth? And I'm assuming they have a growth measure and some may not.
Some may not.
Some may
That is
not.
correct.
But
Yep.
do we know much about that? Because there are other states that have weightings
Yes.
and that we can point to that are very different than this 20% for growth.
Yes, that is true. And it's actually pretty difficult to compare state to state because of the different measures embedded. For example, the scale in North Carolina, to get an A, you have to have an 85 or better, right? 85 up is an A. In Florida, that number is like 62.
Yes.
If I get a 62 in Florida, I'm an A school. Because the system that Florida set up is they've identified, we want 5% of our schools to be A schools, and we want 5% of our schools to be F schools. And then we round it out, and then we curve the scale and we make it work. North Carolina has not chosen to do that. We certainly could do that. We could say, what's the bottom 5%? Because that's for whom we get federal funding for, right? Those are conversations that we will be having this summer and then bringing to the state board task force to have conversations around what's the appropriate weighting in a multi-indicator system, including perhaps just separating growth and proficiency altogether into two separate. I do think, this is like me personally, I think this has sort of been this kind of red herring. We argue about the 80-20 when in fact we should have just separated them all along. Give two different measures. Let's figure out where kids are and then how are we moving them?
I want to leave time for a few more questions. Anne, you had your hand up. Do you want to go ahead? And then we'll go over to Matt and then Brenda.
Yeah.
We need to get this out.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't disagree with that observation. So part of it is I think we would also rely on the fact that as compared to the rest of the nation, our assessments are rigorous. And so we could easily lower the bar and have far more students being proficient, which some states have done. And in fact, caused another state just to the north of us to have to redo their entire set of standards because they were sending one message about proficiency. But then their NAEP performance was very different. And so they weren't kind of up to standard. You know, that number is also driven by the difference in the different groups. So lower performing groups are in fact kind of pulling that number down. But your point's well made. And I think is one that absolutely we want to address.
Go ahead, Matt.
Michael, other than the ACT, are there any state assessments that measure student performance in written expression or grammar?
Yeah, so we do have a writing constructed response component to the English 2 exam. That is the only though.
Thank you.
Yep. Unless you know of another one, Dr. Brixlis.
No, it's just the constructed response are only 2 questions on the English 2 exam, and you can answer those in a bulleted list and not a paragraph.
Yeah, and honestly, like, so part of our challenge as a state too is we had a, as Dr. Martin noted, when I started as a high school teacher, we tested nearly every subject in high school. Tested a lot more with a different set of stakes because we did bonuses and things for schools, not third grade reading bonuses. And then we went through a period in our state where we started to whittle away at the tests, and we took away the economics test, and we took away the physical science test. I used to teach all these tested subjects, and now all of a sudden we only test a subset of things, as opposed to which I think also gets to some of our challenge when we think about, I'm going to put a lot of stock in a performance grade for a high school that has 3 tested subjects. And my entire performance grade is really built around 10% of my teaching population. Nearly 60% of teachers don't teach a tested subject, right? I've mentioned to some of you, my daughter's an art teacher. We don't measure her performance. There's no tested tests in art. So. Yep.
We have provided you with this link to this dashboard in your pre-reading or pre-exploration materials. Brenda has also shared with you, I think you might be one of the first groups to be previewing the 2026 facts and figures. That booklet is there with your materials as well. I think you have a question, and then I would love for you to give us a brief explanation of that material, that resource that you have brought for us today.
Sure. Well, okay. I'll start with the question, which is kind of a leading question. We know each other so well. I'm looking at these data and, we're kind of, like you said, we're kind of average, right? We're kind of average. And we've always talked about it as a crisis of mediocrity, right? When Tennessee went hard on education, it's because they were an F. The whole state got an F and was at the bottom. And so part of our challenge in North Carolina is it's not good enough to be average or even to beat Massachusetts. If you look at our international scores, and maybe you can speak to this, we haven't tested on PISA since 2015 or something, but if you look at the country as a whole, we're one of the lowest performing countries on these tests. So we're what we say an average state in a below average country. So do we have any bar higher than being best in the nation? It feels like best in the nation is just not good enough.
So I'm going to push back a little bit on international assessments. So often I hear folks say, North Carolina is 26th in the world in math and 26th in the world in science. When are we going to outcompete the rest of the world? And my first question is, when were we number one? Never. We were never number one in the world in math or science. And in fact, so there's a professor named Young Ju who used to be at Oregon. I think he's maybe at Nebraska or something now. He did a whole, what he called the innovation index or something like that. And he looked at the number of patents and innovations produced in the United States, whether by foreign nationals who came here or not. And the United States has not only the strongest economy in the world, it had the largest economy in the world, and it had the most innovation and the most patents in a system that I would argue prioritizes choice and option, right? I shared with you the number of different schools and experiences kids have, whereas a lot of these other countries don't do that, right? Singapore, for example, lauded for their math performance, but they got one model. And I think Singapore's smaller than North Carolina, right? So I want us to be careful. I agree with, we should have a very high rigor. We should have a rigorous standard. I am on board with that. But I wanted to just be a little bit careful with our comparison.
We can talk all day about entrepreneurship and bankruptcies and all the different things that lead to all those answers. And thank you so much for this presentation. And when Best NC was formed, we first of all acknowledge that North Carolina has some of the best data in the country. And I want to just applaud you and your team and DPI for their extraordinary work. There are things happening here in North Carolina because we have data that no one else has. Last year, the legislature put in both the House and Senate budgets a new teacher apprenticeship model based entirely on the fact that DPI tells us that 43% of our new teachers are unprepared. Only one other place in the country has it, and it's pockets in Texas. Nobody else has that kind of data. So Best NC really felt like if we could just put out the data, we could have better conversations about ideas.
And Facts and Figures does per pupil spending by state or just North Carolina?
We do not do it by state.
So I would encourage people to look at performance outcomes for North Carolina on our comparison states, and then look at the per pupil spending on those other states compared to North Carolina. That's a whole different conversation.
Right. There are three different metrics of the other state spending. And to be honest, that's a whole other animal. So we're taking a lot of data that are publicly available. We put this in the Facts and Figures report. You are the first people in the state to own a copy. This was off the press on Friday. And every single legislator, every state board member, every board of governors member gets, everyone gets copies. The business community gets copies of this every year. And it drives conversation. So hopefully this will be helpful in our commission conversations when you're in a meeting and you're saying, how many teachers do we have? How many school districts do we have? All of that sort of basic information. This is not editorialized. These are just facts. You will find we're very, very careful not to editorialize and try and comment through this. If you want to dig deeper, when you go to bestnc.org or ncedfacts.org two opportunities. One, the PDF, all those sources are hyperlinked. So if you find something interesting, you can go right to the source, oftentimes at DPI, NCES, Board of Governors, and dig deeper into the data. Also on that same landing page, which our website is being updated today, are dozens of heat maps. So this is just a taste of some of the data. If you want to look by local salary supplements by school district, turnover rates by school district, you'll be shocked when you see that we actually spend a lot more money on our poorest school districts. That expenditure heat map is pretty powerful, but also we have the most unprepared teachers in our lowest performing districts. So all that information is there. I will point out today, someone said our enrollment in our ed prep programs is down. I'm pleased to tell you at the top of page 20, our ed prep enrollment is actually up over the last several years. The negative, the question mark about it is that it's up in residency programs because we are now dipping deep, deep, deep into this pool of candidates who are unprepared to teach, which opens up a whole different conversation. Teach NC has over 100,000 people who are curious about becoming a teacher. There are lots of people who want to be a teacher, but so the question is not as simple as they're not enrolling in a prep program. If that were the case, we'd say, we figured it out, they're enrolled. The questions we have to dig deeper here are, why are they suddenly residency? What does that mean? If you look at the top of page 21, that's where it actually went from 43% of our new teachers to 44% of our new teachers are coming in unprepared. So anyway, we're pleased to provide these data. So if you hear me sort of interjecting in a conversation and saying, page 27, it's because we go through these data every single year and update them. So please don't hesitate to lean on us if you need anything.
John.
University. I'm just curious about the strategy for 2030 that you outlined and the best in the nation measures. Can you tell us where that series of, I don't know, it looks like 10, 12 maybe metrics came from?
So do you want to, Superintendent Green will be the best person to talk about this.
We decided to look at measures that would tell us sort of where our state is on commonly recognized measures that would also look beyond just a diploma. So while we do recognize graduation rate, we also say, well, what does that diploma mean? The way that we can say the diploma means something is to look at some of those next measures, right? So you look at things like AP participation and performance. You look at dual enrollment. You look at career and technical education. You look at ACT, where 17 states in the country have the vast majority of their students take the ACT. So how do we compare it to the other 16 states? So that's how we decided to come up with best in nation. There isn't, to be very clear, there is not a set of measures that are out there that the nation has agreed are the best in nation measures. But I tell you what, if we're at the top of those measures and you combine that with NAEP, which is measures that tell you sort of where you are along the way, 4th and 8th grade, if we're at the top, you'll hear me say, we're the best in the nation. The other thing that I'll just want to lift up as a comment maybe is, well, why didn't we choose best in the world? We did not choose that, or I did not choose that, because I do want something aspirational, but achievable. And so we got work to do in my mind to get to best in world. Let's get to best in nation, and then let's set another strategic plan that moves us beyond that. That's hopefully answers 2 questions.
Thank you.
We have time for one more question for Dr. Marr. Okay. Got you here.
It's really maybe more of a comment and then a question back to the group I would pose. But I think one of the fundamental challenges that we have had for the last 20 plus years is around our accountability systems. What is it actually we're trying to measure? Are we measuring student progression, learning? Are we measuring teacher effectiveness? Are we measuring school effectiveness? What's the purpose of the assessments we're given? Are they summative? You know, the autopsy, what happened after? Is it formative, measuring learning along the way? These are complex questions, and they matter because what you end up with and what grade ultimately a school gets, and whether a student is at grade level or not. A lot of that, you know, it matters on what it is you're actually trying to assess. So I think, you know, having this group really kind of get to some of those fundamental questions, I think will be important. And perfection's never going to be a thing, but can we get better than where we are now, and a more effective measure of how well our students are doing compared with with you know other states, and again maybe eventually the world. But I just think that's an important point for us to be thinking about. And the last thing is being really careful about any kind of unintended consequences with whatever we set up, because I've lived that in K-12 as an elementary school principal when we you know weren't measuring social studies and science and certain grade levels. Guess what happened? You know, those teachers taught reading and math, and we kind of quit emphasizing those things. So whether it's art or whatever we're not measuring, you know, what message are we sending? But also we're grappling with too much testing, and nobody likes that. And in fact, I would argue the feedback I've heard from parents over the years is a lot of the parents who are choosing to pull their kids out of public schools is because of all the testing. They don't like the idea their kids are getting tested all the time. These state tests. So we've got to have accountability. I'm not arguing against state tests. We got to have accountability, but those questions to me are just kind of fundamental to the work that's in front of this commission and trying to set some kind of new direction to measure success for our public schools. Just want to make that comment.
Yes. It's in the data. These data include charter school students as well. And
Do you have any data that compares?
we do not. Private schools do not take any comparable measures to North Carolina to public school.
And that's including the private schools that are getting some level of support through voucher programs. They still have no measure.
Right. And part of the challenge would be to not necessarily just compare one-to-one public school to private school. You actually have to look at the context of the school and the students who are served by that school. And if the population of students are different, then you would expect different outcomes. And so you could potentially measure that, but you would need a common benchmark assessment. And then we would need a data set large enough to compare like students, which can be done.
Well, let's give Dr. Marr another round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Appreciate you taking the time to prepare and present and all the work that you do that is demonstrated here as part of your presentation this afternoon. We have about 30 minutes for us to return to this conversation at your tables around student achievement. And so what I've asked the facilitators at your tables to do is to share a really brief recap or synthesis of what came up this morning in your conversation relevant to student achievement. And now based upon these inputs, this information, you have the slide deck printed there in your notebooks, thinking about what evidence do we have, what seems clear, what might remain uncertain, what might be overlooked or something to consider, and then what further questions you might have. And so you might not have had a chance to ask your question in the large group here, but now is the chance at your table to have that conversation, to bring that question forward. We're again capturing your inputs because as we turn to May, we'll be looking at how do we develop programming and conversation for you all around student achievement and student advancement. And so now is the time to continue to reflect. You'll have a chance to do this throughout the whole series of meetings, but would like to have about 30 minutes here for you to have a table conversation. Go ahead. Thanks.
Take your hand. Your bottom. Brand new feature. Waiting. So we're tracking that. My kids are more like this.
That, I mean, that's the other thing, is that if they don't vote for capital improvements, if they don't, the county commissioners don't vote for. But you rely on the whole, you don't rely on the state will.
Which I do.
raised his brother, sister, and him to try to do what is right and grounded them in our shared values of freedom and opportunity. Governor Stein is committed to creating economic opportunity for every North Carolinian, investing in public schools, developing our workforce, and keeping people safe. Since day one in office, he has been laser focused on helping Western North Carolina rebuild from Hurricane Helene. Josh and his wife Anna are members of Temple Bethel in Raleigh. They are the proud parents of Sam, Adam, and Leah, who all attended North Carolina public schools just like they did. Welcome, Governor. Thank you for.
Very kind, thank you. Clearly, y'all have been sitting all day and needed to stretch your legs, but I appreciate the warm welcome. It is great to be at the first ever meeting of the Blue Ribbon Commission on Public Education. And Ann, thank you for the introduction. You and Don, thank you for your willingness to chair this important endeavor. Grateful to the Friday Institute for facilitating the work of are you all calling yourselves the BRC yet? The BRC. I'm really grateful that there's bipartisan legislative representation. I see some of the members here. We've got Senators Chowdhury, Corbin, Jones, Overcash, and Robinson. We've got Representatives Ball, Biggs, Cotham, Lofton, and Willis. And it's great. And I think it shows that we are all in this together and trying to come up with solutions that will move the state forward in a constructive way. See Superintendent Green, he's getting up to leave. Are you leaving class early? You have a note from your parent there, Mo. And then Alan Duncan, of course, with the State Board of Education. They obviously have critical perspective on these issues and are most welcome board members. And to everyone on here, I want to thank you for dedicating your time and your expertise to these challenging issues. We need to get this opportunity right. And you all have the type of expertise that we need to get it right. We've got teachers, principals, superintendents, school board members, members of the business community, advocates, higher education leaders. And you all represent the breadth of the state, urban and rural, east and west, and each of you brings a valuable perspective to the work at hand. I was proud to work with President Pro Tem Phil Berger and Speaker of the House Destin Hall in the formation of this commission, because it's about the most important thing we can do. It's how can we strengthen public education in North Carolina? Public education delivers real opportunity to every single child. If you believe, as I do, that if you work hard, where you come from should never limit how far you can go, then we have to be committed to our public schools. That is the promise of North Carolina, and our public schools are where we deliver that promise to our people. That's why what we're asking you to do is so important. This year, I expect you've heard this today, and if you haven't, it's always good to hear it again. Or if you have, even if you did, it's good to hear it again. 4 historic milestones in North Carolina public schools this year. Highest 4-year graduation rate in history. And it's like, okay, you're graduating, but we just pushing them through, or are they getting something out of it while they're there? And they are getting something out of it because we had the highest AP participation rate in history with the highest AP scores in history. We had the highest percentage of graduates passing a college level course, whether that's AP, IB, or dual enrollment with one of our community colleges, Cox. We had the most career and technical education credentials earned in history. So we have kids who are working on the college track, we have kids who are working on the career track, and more of them are getting engaged and more of them are succeeding. So clearly there are good things happening in our schools. And these wins are a testament to our students, parents, teachers, principals, administrators, and all of the folks in North Carolina who support them. But we know there is so much more work to do. We cannot rest on our laurels. I mean, I could also come up with a bunch of statistics that maybe not the ones we want to lead with, because there's more work that we know needs to be done. We have to draw inspiration from our teachers' tenacity, our principals' passion, and our students' steadfastness, because we can do better. There are children in North Carolina who are not receiving the education they deserve today. People often say that our children are our future. And if we truly believe that, then we actually have to invest in their education. Yet North Carolina ranks 49th in the country and per pupil investment. We're 51st, including the district, when you take the amount we invest as a share of our state's economy. We are acting like we are a poor state when we're not. We rank lower than all of our neighboring states when it comes to starting teacher pay. Earlier this month, I met a teacher who moved here from South Carolina in 2000 because North Carolina used to pay teachers substantially better than South Carolina did. She said that she is now thinking about, even in the twilight of her career, of moving back to South Carolina because the pay is that much better. South Carolina invests $5,500 more per pupil than we do here in North Carolina. So is it a shock that they pay their teachers $3,700 more on average than we do? Those of us who grew up here in North Carolina to be in a position where we are looking up at South Carolina, we're looking up at Georgia, at Tennessee, we're looking up at Virginia, is a shocking place to be. And frankly, unacceptable. There's just no reason, with all that we have going for us, that we are so undervaluing our kids' education. That is why what we are asking you to do is so important. We have the opportunity to fix our schools and not squander this moment. You've been charged with examining teacher training and student advancement, administrative operations, educational leadership, and accountability. How do we ensure that every child gets their constitutional right to a sound basic education? How do we recruit and retain the best educators? How do we ensure that our public schools provide an education that prepares students for success, whether they do the college or the career track? What's working well in our public schools, and what do we need to change? We are charging you first with studying these questions and then proposing solutions. Everyone in this room knows public education should not be a partisan issue. It is not just a Democratic priority. It is not just a Republican priority. It is a North Carolina priority. After all, it was Republican Governor Jim Holshouser who, in partnership with the Democratic General Assembly, set the stage for North Carolina to become the first state in the country to offer full-time kindergarten. And just last session, we worked together, Democrats and Republicans, to remove classrooms, cell phones from the classrooms, enabling teachers to teach and students to learn. There are so many areas where we can and we must work together on behalf of our kids, and we aren't going to agree on everything, of that I'm certain. But there is a ton about which we can agree, and that's your charge. Help us find ideas that we can all rally behind. I'm grateful for your commitment to this work. We're counting on your expertise, your open-mindedness, your collaboration. So thank you for agreeing to tackle this tough issue. I wish you all the luck in the world, and I look forward to continuing to engage with you as we make North Carolina safer, stronger, and better educated. Thank you for all you are going to do.
Governor, thank you. Thank you for being here. We need a little extra uplift here at the end of the day to get fired up for the next visit, which brings me to our next meeting is actually in just 3 weeks. So in May 18th, so it's a short turnaround time. And I'd like to remind you of a couple things. One, this is in the back of your folder. And if you have some particular observations or questions of people that you would like to hear more about, our table has a group of folks that they'd like to ask. We can't get everybody to come, but having the menu, and we've really got May and June to do those. to get people to come in and we could actually schedule. So some ideas would be tremendous for you to do that, to help us on that. I do want to take a second to thank all of the Friday Institute folks. I mean, you guys did a great job today and putting all this together, clockwork, dinner, lunch, breakfast, taking a picture, the works. So it was really went very well. And I want to thank all of our legislators. This is, I know you guys are back in session. You'll be right back at it, starting probably tomorrow morning early. So thank you for coming in early, and that's a good day while we're doing some Mondays, is so we can accommodate our legislator schedule, and we had great attendance. Thank all of you for being here, members, everyone who is here. Thank you so much for being a part of that. And I think the biggest important thing, I know everybody's sort of ready to drive home. And I don't know about you, but I'm tired. You know, I mean, but it's been a really good day. I appreciate Ann's comment. It has been a good day. It's been a good day and a lot of good discussion, and appreciate the enthusiasm. And we'll be back at it in 3 weeks. And we're planning on Friday, so we got to get as much as we can to get ready for this coming up. Thank you again.
Put on our research hats to see and code and share those back out so that we can identify with the co-chairs and with you all priorities, especially when it comes to the speakers and conversations and what comes next. You should have received a small slip of paper with a QR code from your facilitator at your table. That is a feedback form for today. Most of the questions are optional, but it's a chance for you to share what went well, what would you like to see more of or less of as we build out our agenda for May. Just a few minutes ago, I also shared with you a calendar invite. If you would accept or decline that invite for May 18th, that is your RSVP for that next meeting that we have. If you plan to send a representative, if you would please send an email to me so that we can make sure they are included in the commission member groups. You are free to take that binder with you all today. We will continue to add materials as we go along. But again, as Don and Ann have said, appreciation and gratitude throughout the day for all the things that you are bringing to this work. And give yourself a big round of applause. Okay, and I just kept talking like this microphone. So thank you for bearing with me. Yes, bring your binders back. We will continue to add to them. And then once you've completed your feedback form, you are free to go. Thank you so much.
About 2000.